Okay. And we need to update a couple of these as well.
I'm not an RIP, not another
So,
sad tragedy.
this is a class
They
interface
tryna hold me
properties.
down, but
Alright, so
I'm
create
way
a
up.
new record
Head up
store
in the clouds,
procedure.
I'ma stay up.
We can
Protected
add
from my
one
problems in my armor.
reference somewhere in a
Samurai just
comment.
swinging my katana. They tryna hold me
Here
down,
it
but
is.
I'm way
So
up.
let's
Head up in the clouds, I'ma
put that
stay
in. Okay.
up. Protected from my problems in my
So now
armor.
we go to definition here.
My katana. I'm born to get it, don't you forget it. As long as I'm living, I'm stronger in spirit.
Yeah.
Ghosts in the house, yeah, I'm hunting them good. Going through words like I said I should. Taking no chances, I'm knocking no wood. Breaking up barriers, carriers, trying to bury us. Feeling nefarious, holding my thumb on my enemies. Scared of us, they ain't no bringing me down. Feeding them.
Music. Alright. That's better. So let's see what do we got now that we can think straight. The bottom window here would be when it's creating the update procedure, and it was writing in a section that actually did a try catch. So we're going to look up here for the perform actions section. Wait, where is it? Okay, here we go. That's not it. No, there. Begin, add successful, begin. Where's the perform actions? Here we go. Okay, so down here, we put in begin try, right? And then we did our print after a second tab. And then we had our execute stored procedure. And we did all of our fun stuff. And then we had that. And then we did our end try, our begin catch, and our end catch just here. So we essentially had our begin set successful and if, yeah, so it's asking if it's greater than 0, then it returns that. But that's not doing an error. Okay, so we'll put that here. Now we're going to see how that one turns out. We're going to put a break this section, save, right? And then it's not update successful, it would be add successful. And we have return message becomes the error message in SQL. All right, so we have our begin catch, our end catch, we have our end. We have a lot of these other pieces here. Yeah, I think insert some more tabs. So, excellent. Let's try that again. So new table selection. All right, we got the server, we have the table, pick on the table, we go to here, right? Steps to complete, we're going to say all of them. We have our, interesting, the update and delete ones do not seem to be visible. So let's close that. Solution Explorer. So we have here. Steps to complete. Okay. We have a text box afterwards. Visibility is based on is new record stored procedure to be created. Okay. Which that one's working. But then update. Text box is update stored procedure to be created. All right, so let's go to the definition there. And when this one is done, it just isn't triggering the update on that one. So we're going to grab the visibility property, put that in there. My guess is we have the same problem with the delete property. So we'll take this one, and when we go and we update that one, yes, indeed we do. Okay. Save. All right, let's try that again. That means when that goes, it tells that property to follow along. Okay. And we can do this one, select our table, go to our table information, which it has pulled. And now we have add, update, and delete. Very good. Important fields. We have our record added timestamp, who added our record, modified timestamp, who modified our record. If there's a soft delete, yes, there's a soft delete. When was it deleted? And who deleted it? Okay, field information. We have all that fun stuff. Then we have our new record page, our date, our decimal, our field with our unique key, an integer, and a text field, list records page, detail record page. All right, let's make this a bit taller. So we have our text field and our integer field, our bar max field. Yeah, so we have those, and then are they read only? No, no, and no. They're not. Stored procedures, help tips, which we'll ignore. And this one says stuff to make using that template, which is fine. So we're going to hit make. All right. So let's open SSMS. Now that we have SSMS, where is SSMS? Is it not opening? Interesting. So connecting to the SQL database. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got. So we have the creation of the procedure. We'll take out the brackets so we don't cause confusion. And what do we have? So we have create procedure. We have a bunch of variables which we know work. Okay, and then no count, declare variables, which is fine. Record added. Who added it? Basically, if we didn't get a name, username must be provided, and it leaves. And then we have the definition for the parameter. We have our date, our decimal, our field, our integer, our text, record added, and primary key. Then it's supposed to come back out. We do our insert and our values and our primary key ID from that table where the escape identity So that's our append. And then we're going to start our begin try. We're going to print the statement, and then we're going to start executing the statement. Now these can probably scoot in by 1. So when we're doing our fields, better formatting. So everything after execute here. Okay, so we had 1, 2, 3 before the append statement, which is fine, except we're going to add a 4th, and then we're going to add a 3rd here. Parameter definition append, yep, that puts it there. And then all the other ones would end up with another tab. Okay, and that gets us those. And then our output, record added by username field. Yep, just like that. And then our primary key variable, add another one there. That does this. Okay, so we have our execute. And then we're basically saying if primary key is greater than 0, then we added it successfully. So no error occurred, but okay. Otherwise, add successfully is 0, return message is error message, and primary key ID for anything else is also 0. So we're going to put that down here too. Yep, so that's this line here. So basically, it didn't work, so go do something else. And then after error message, yep, we had 2 append lines, which gave us our gap. So we should be good there. And after end catch, I don't know that we need 2 additional line breaks, but end catch, then we have 2 breaks before the word end. Probably, oh, we have 2 after and 1 before. So we can take that one out, and we can take those out. So now we just have 2 before. Very good. Save. Continue. Okay. And then this one. Okay. New one. Paste. Looks like the same sort of concept. Testing table update. We have everything else. SQL update, parameter update, count matching records. Okay, modified record. Username must be provided, which we know. And then we're saying valid object name. Well, that's because we don't even know which table we're using yet. Use new test DB. Must be the only statement in the batch. That's fine. We can do that. We can work with that. So update successful is 0. Return message is error message. So the only thing is after execute, all of these could probably be pushed forward, just like that. Yeah, yeah. We could probably also push these forward like this as well. Keep the set lined up here. And that part's irrelevant. All right, so create an update. So sorry, add and update both exist. The tricky one next is going to be select. So according to this, it just made both of them. ability, stored procedures. Yep, table, testing table 3, add an update. But I thought I was on testing table. I am on testing table 4 under test DB. So if I hit refresh, I don't see testing table 4. Oh, interesting. So it's just testing table, add an update. Okay. Because the subject of the table, um, table information, the table subject is just testing tables. So the steps worked off of that, which is fine. Okay. So then the next procedure we need to make is a select procedure, which is the most complicated of them. But we start with the basics and go up from there. So let's close all. Start procedures. Okay. We could probably knock out the delete one pretty easily. It's very similar to the update, just much simpler. Okay. Let's delete won't be as used as much, but still super helpful. So let's drop that one in, make it nice and easy. So we'll do delete. We're gonna actually do this soft delete. Yeah, soft delete is different than hard delete. Soft delete's gonna be more of an update type deal. So variable SQL data reader was declared but never used. Okay, well, that makes it easier to make it go away. It's fine. So we have the same error handling, so that part's all good. For this though, for soft delete, we need the delete stored procedure, essentially. So this one's talking about stored procedure update. This is going to be stored procedure delete. And this is going to be inside the current block, so we're just going to replace that. Procedure delete, primary key, variable name for stored procedures, which is fine. And then we also want to make sure, so this one says for each field in SQL table fields where is read only a 0. This doesn't matter. And then we would say is if interface creation dot SQL table dot is soft delete field present 0, return action completed, right? So that's going to be early. Basically, if it's not chosen, then we go away really quick. Soft delete field. So turn, yep. So that's going to make sure that that field is ready to go. Of course, all of this has to occur after we make sure that the SQL table is not null, because if we don't have that, then it really doesn't matter. Okay. So basically can say if the SQL table is not null. Perfect. So that's our verification. Then we have a database or schema or procedure, which is that table, primary key variable, and our SQL connection. Yep, that part's fine. So we can actually put a new region in here, and we can say set variables. Okay, do you have to close said region? Do end region. So now we can simply shrink that. All right, so this is create procedure, pen procedure name. That's correct. And then this is primary key field, variable type, and length, and record modified by username field. This one's going to be changed to record deleted by username field. Okay, copy this, paste that, current block, there we go. So if the record deleted by username field is not null, then the record deleted by username field, variable type, and length. Yep, that's going to have that. And then we would say this one's looping through all the fields, but we don't need it to do that. Nope, that part's gone. And then update successful comes delete successful within the current block. Yep, there we go. Delete successful return message and region return message. So we have our primary key and we have who's deleting it. We don't have much else than that. And then as begin no count declaration of variables for procedure. SQL update. So we'll take this one and make it into SQL delete in the current block. Yep. Our definition update. Change that to delete. Okay, count matching records, which we'll leave. That's fine. So we can minimize that one. Close this. Variable values for procedure set to variable values. Record deleted by username field. If record deleted is blank, delete successful is not, return message is 0. So that's fine. Then we're going to select count from where primary key is matching the variable. If count matching record is 0, delete successful is 0, matching record with that ID was not found. Okay, so again, that works fairly well. And then we want to set the parameter definition for delete, and we're going to do, we have that, and then we have primary key. Yep. Record deleted by username field, which is good, and then we don't need to loop through all of these. No. And we simply do that, and then we have a couple of line breaks, and then we set the delete. Basically saying update set record deleted by username field. Yeah, we have that part. Then we don't have to have the record modified by timestamp field because we're not modifying it. And this one basically says for all of the other ones. Nope. Need to worry about the show leading comma piece either. Then we would say where primary key is the primary variable. We close that, set variable values for procedure, perform actions, print, execute, update, delete. Yep, set, and then again, this loop can go away. Record deleted by username field. because variable equals variable. Set delete successful is 1 and try begin catch delete 0. Yeah. Okay, so that should successfully write the delete procedure. To make sure that it does, we're going to put a break here and a break here. And then we're going to put this same statement somewhere else. All right, so the first statement basically does that. And then we will do soft delete, creating the delete. We'll call it soft. Soft delete stored procedure was not successful. Obviously, we should check to see if that's even wanted before this happens, but I want to make sure that it tries to do it. All right, so we're going to do that. So we have new, new, update, and delete, and then select, list, and get, I think will be the other ones. So select is going to be the hard one. So we're going to say testing table 4. Okay, and if we say all, we have delete, important fields. Yep. All right, cool. Next. So this is which feature? This is create new record stored procedure. So if we say, it's going to say an object named that in the database, which we expected. Okay. And then this one. This is the update. It already exists. Okay. So that value, we're going to go to here, select all, paste. Okay, so let's see what we have. We have one too many lines after catch, but that's irrelevant. So what do we have? Does it run? Must declare SQL update. All right, so we must not have gotten SQL update correctly moved. This is create soft delete, so this is then going to be SQL delete. Is it case sensitive? Because SQL delete up there is capital. So then grab this one, paste that, and make it consistent. Okay. So we have SQL deletes. Grab this, paste it, execute it, refresh this. All right, so testing table delete, script execute, primary key, which we will set. Say primary key equals 1. And then we'll set deleted by username. Okay, so supposedly that ran. We're going to go to our table for test table 4, select it, and we don't see any records. Okay, matching record with that ID was not found. Yep, so delete successful. If we select that, it's not present, which is fine. So if we add, we edit, the table directly. And we can just say decimal, integer, date. Nope. What is that? Like, da, 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 right? Execute. So this one's record 2. So if we went to run it, primary key 2. Okay, that one says it's good. And yeah, so I guess the next question is it not deleted? Because we already said it's deleted, but we don't want it to update a previously deleted record to the new username. And the deleted timestamp needs to be set as well. Okay. So, I guess so this one, username must be provided. That one's an easy one. Then we're going to count matching records. It says, hey, we straight up don't have that one. But if we wanted to count matching records again, because we did find it, this way we could say where primary key and is deleted is 1, count matching records is greater than 0, a matching record with that ID was already previously deleted. Because it's a primary key, it's the only one that could have that, so that part's fine. And so essentially we take that same logic for deletion and we put it into here. So where are we? This is create soft delete, which is correct. We have set, we have count matching records, we have end. Okay, so we basically then put this here and that there. Right? And then it will take right? Yeah. Control V, Control Z, VZ, BZ. Yep. Right. So that means we should have these. So this is counting matching records from T table. So then we can swap this out with the table, like so. And table name, and then we have the primary key. So that's this line, like so, and is deleted. This is going to be the soft delete field. Record deleted by username, append variable name, delete. Where did we have soft delete field name? Wait, did we not setting it? Update. So we only set the record deleted by, but we didn't set the soft delete field. Okay. So that, yeah, that's a bit frustrating, but that's okay because we can fix that. Yeah, actually. Show leading comma true. Yeah, we don't need the show leading comma stuff because off delete SQL table field name with brackets equals soft delete variable for stored procedures. Okay. So that's this part, and then this one is going to have a comma and a tab in it, just fine. And then this one will have, yeah, so it's already got a tab up here. Tab, yep. And then after the where statement, there should be another tab, like so. All right, so that makes a bit more sense, basically. It says a matching record with that ID was already found, we could just say that record was already been deleted. Not deleting it again, it's already been deleted. So that's fine. Right, and then we'll put another line break in here. So we say if it's greater than 0, then begin, and we'll put another tab, okay, and another tab here too. So we got that. All right, let's see how that looks. But we do need to make sure that we're setting the actual statement. So we set record deleted by username, but in fact, we should be preceding it. Soft delete table field, yeah, soft, okay. Let's run this, see where we're at. Make sure it updates. It actually needs to update all 3 fields if it has all 3 fields, but yeah. So we would have that, we have steps to complete all, we have our delete record procedure, okay. And we go here. So this is create new record. It's gonna, yes, I'm aware. Update, it's gonna error. Take that out, continue. Yep, knew that was gonna happen. And then we get to here, which, that one, paste, take out the brackets. All right, so we have primary key, ID, integer, who deleted it, whether it was successful. Okay, username must be provided. Select count matching records from test table, primary key 4. Yep. Matching record with that ID was not found. Count is deleted. So, and is deleted underneath the second where. This should come in by 1, like that. So let's check that one out. Yep, there we are. And, but is deleted is the field name for the soft delete. Soft delete field name with brackets, which I think is this part here, through here, because while I'm calling it that, other people won't be, right? So we don't need an escape character here. I'm confused. Why did that all go red all of a sudden? So interface creation, SQL table, soft delete table field name with brackets equals 1. No. Oh, right. Yeah. Append. We gotta put that in. Okay. Yep. So now we can say where primary key equals primary key field name. Yep. So and is deleted equals 1. So that's the field name. SQL table field name, soft delete field name with brackets equals 1. Yep. If that count is greater than 0, then this record has already been deleted. Okay. Which is fine. And then this one sets the parameter definition delete, and there should be a couple of other values in here. So we have our parameter definition, which let's put another one of those in there. Okay. Record deleted by user name. We need the soft delete field. Yeah. Because we're not specifying what that is. So we would simply take this one here. Primary key field, soft delete. Yep, there we go. Soft delete, variable data type and length, yes. So that's this one. Wow, this is so bright on my end. Okay, bring that down. All right, so that would get the soft delete field, which is going to be something like this. And then it says update this set is deleted. We do need another tab for the deleted by username field. So we have set. That that's deleted by username. I need to also include timestamp. Record deleted timestamp field. Okay, and yeah, that's gonna equal that part. All right, so essentially, anywhere where I put the record deleted one, I need to also put that one. So we have record deleted by username. Yeah, parameter definitions. Deleted timestamp field. All right, so we have that one now. And then up here, set variable values, record deleted. Matching records, count matching records, count matching records, count matching records. It's all fine. And then parameter definitions. We would need the timestamp. Yep. Actually, that part could be bumped in twice. And so then we would execute the procedure. And if we're going to execute it, we have record deleted by username, and then we also need the record deleted, which the timestamp is what the server's going to give it. It would just determine whether it's not going to be that one or that one. So yeah, the SQL type will be up here. So after declaring variables, so we have that one. We have this one. This one in here. And we would then say record deleted timestamp field. If the timestamp field is not null, then we would have to do declare timestamp field, data type for SQL Server, dot append line. Okay, so that should, yep. Oh, no. We need both. Grab from here. Let's close that. Go to here. All right, put that down. And it is going to be SQL table field name. No. Variable name for stored procedures. Yeah. Followed by the data type for SQL servers. Yes. Save. So that it should work. And that's the declaration region. And then underneath this set statement, we're saying record deleted by username if that's being used. But if it's timestamp, we're going to do copy. Yep. And then we're going to say set variable name equals get date. Okay. Save. That's our tab character. Good. And we'll save that and try again. All right. Let's see what we get this time. Table. Yeah. Table. Yeah. Yeah. I think the rest of this is fine. Let's go here. All right, so this is new, which it's going to give us an error. Yep, already was made. And one gives us an error. This is the one that I wanted to capture. I'm going to go back, new, paste, take out the two brackets. All right, what do we have? So we have record deleted. And basically, if we don't have a username, we don't do anything. But we do have set record deleted timestamp to get date, and then we say if count records. Yeah. And then essentially it counts it again. It's already been deleted. And matches, okay, deleted by username, record deleted, small date time, record deleted, is record deleted. So those two can probably be bumped in to two more tabs. And then those will line up. So this is inside of the SQL delete. Okay, where's the next one? Set SQL delete, yeah. Okay, it's this one. I can come in another tab. Then there's this one. That can come in another tab. That took care of those two. And we have where primary key is primary key, which is fine. And then we have record deleted equals record deleted. But after execute, SP okay, so yeah, copy, paste. Okay, so we have this one. And I think this guy would benefit from coming in another tab. And then parameter definition delete can come in another tab. And then this one would come in another tab as well. So that puts them in like so. And this one like that. But then we are missing record deleted. So this one, soft delete SQL table field. Okay. That one should function there. And essentially it has our try and it has our catch. I want to say record deleted equals record deleted, and we can hit F5. There's already an object named that. That's fine. We can hit an alter, try it again. And if we refresh our procedure, we have testing table delete, script execute key. One, it shouldn't give us anything. I'll do a select, delete successful, comma, return message. All right, that basically says matching record not found. Really? Oh, right, yeah, I'm aware of that. So that's good. And then parameterized query, record ID, expects parameter is deleted, which was not provided. Is deleted, yeah, that's there. And is deleted is not here. Okay. So the actual soft delete field itself wasn't included. That's good to know, I guess. So we have that, record deleted, soft delete SQL table field. Okay, so this will take care of that one. But the timestamp one is the other one. Okay. Record deleted timestamp field. Like so. Save. Okay. Now we have those. This will error, which I fully expect we are going to, and then we're going to refresh it. Okay. We have interface creation, table, server, table selection. Okay. Set all to run. And if we simply made like these with numbers on the end, then they would actually run. Boom. Which one's this one? This one is soft delete. So the other two ran then, and this one, not sure if it ran or not, but or would run or not, but we're gonna try. Okay, so we have a couple of tabs missing in here for better formatting. And we have these things just fine. Yep. Okay. So after that part, so that's execute, just fine. And then here we would just need an extra tab. Here we need an extra tab. And down here we need an extra tab. Now, this is saying if the soft delete field is not null. We kind of know the soft delete field is not null here because this is the soft delete one, right? It's the timestamp and who deleted it fields that we would really need to know. But we can take these out and that out, move that up. Okay, turn that off. So soft delete ends up coming in just fine. And then after that is if it has a username check and if it has a timestamp check, then it has those. And then basically it says, yep, delete was successful, end the try because everything went well. And then we have begin the catch, end the catch. And this one can go away here too. All right, so get rid of our spare. And it doesn't get scalar variable is deleted. Okay, good to know. Where did I miss that? Oh, it wasn't declared up top. So inside of the declaration section, that's the view model. All right, where are we? Set variable values, declare variable values. And we basically put this one in. Soft delete SQL table field. Yep, just like so. Save everything there. Refresh it. Try again. Okay. And yeah, we'll leave that be. So we have all of our important fields. Yep. Let's close all. All right, that's looking much better. Does it run? All right, it says it already exists, which we knew. Okay, so that did execute. We're going to refresh this, and we're going to take testing table delete, script it, execute it. We can say primary key equals 2, select, delete successful, return message. All right. Cannot insert the value null into column is deleted. Really? Interesting. All right. I think this one um, and the other one both. Well, just like that. Does this work now? Does work now. All right. And if I run it again, then it says that record's already been deleted. That works for me. All right. So we know that it works. We just have to move a couple things. So we want to move the record deleted timestamp and the soft delete fields both to right before parameter definition delete. So we're going to tell this to stop and do a quick find, parameter definition delete, which is here, right? And declaration, yeah, it's also here. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so set this is going to come down. We're going to put that there. So set variable name is getDate, and then we're going to do something similar right above it. This is going to be the soft delete SQL table field. No, dot soft delete SQL table field. Yeah, equals 1. All right, so we have that one. That should give us these exact things. If we wanted to try sectioning it off, we could, or um, we could just do like value checking or error checking, and then move set variable values down, which I think might make more sense. So we're going to take this part, copy it, and we're going to do check variable values, which is this piece. And then set variable values is actually going to be down here. So that's deleted. That works. This parameter, that works. If deleted username, I'll check. So can we break this down into another region? that, get rid of those outlines. Yeah. So we're going to call this check variable values for procedure. And somewhere along these lines, the end region, check variable values. We actually have set SQL delete here. All right, so let's grab this end region statement and we'll put it here, and we'll put another region here. All right, so we have those things. So essentially we're going to check the variables, we're going to set the variables, boom, and then we set them, and then we perform actions. So now we can do region perform actions in procedure. Okay. All right, so we have the end perform actions in procedure, which is fine. That's declaration. So it really just breaks it down. Um, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so that one now does that. And then this one is assigned but never used, so we don't need that one, which is good. So this is create and initial parameters, essentially. We're going to move this one up, put that here, create procedure parameters. Yep. Okay. Key field, yes, if deleted by username field is not null. A successful output, return message output. So we have create procedure parameters, which is here. We can actually take this part and extend it slightly to go here. Bam. So now we have a much better organized section where we basically do the SQL commands. Yep. And we can then do a region here, call it perform SQL commands. And region perform SQL commands. Very good. That is much cleaner. Granted, it's still, it goes from line 622 all the way to 935, so it's like 300 lines, but it's organized, it does what it needs to do. Okay, simple enough. So now we have a soft delete procedure being created, which works really quite well, I think. So that means we have the new record, we have the update record, we have the soft delete record. The next procedure that we're going to have to make, I think, is going to be a get record. Because if we give it an ID, it's going to get the entire record, all of the fields. And by all of the fields, it's actually going to be specific fields. That would be on the detail form. Because when you're in the list form, in the select, you might not get all of the fields. That way we compartmentalize the data. So yeah, get would be the beginning of that, I guess. Get would probably be closer to new because we are doing a select and not an update. So that's, yeah, well, we'll start there. So we basically just start. Let's see if we can get some music going again, huh? Because, yeah. Let's try.
You know just how time consuming it can be searching for royalty-free media, and when you do find some, they're always bad. We use Artlist on almost all of our videos. There's a massive library of everything you need, thousands of music tracks that are perfectly categorized to make it easier to find the
YouTube is just riddled with them now. All right, there we go. It's better. And yeah, that gives us something to work with. So let's grab starting procedure. Yes. We'll start from soft delete because we just built this one up to be like super organized, and we're just gonna do a bunch of tweaks to it. Okay. So let's say create start procedure, get record, interface creation, yeah. So instead of doing fields with missing data, we're okay, yeah, that's part of the error handling. Completed, yeah. Region, set variable, region, error handling. Okay, SQL database table is delete. This doesn't matter here. Primary key does, database name. Start procedure delete can be replaced with get. So essentially anywhere in the current one that we have delete, we're going to put get. Output the missing data. connection. Okay, so that's ending region. Fine. Forming. Create procedure parameters. Create procedure. And the procedure. Alright, so this is the variable, yeah, and delete is very get should be very similar. So get is very similar to delete. Yeah, we're selecting. We're not doing that. So this part won't be needed, and a return message won't be needed. So we're not doing it outbound. We're just simply saying create procedure and the primary key field, right? So that's that part there. And so we have that part. So we end create procedure parameters. Good. Our variables. Actually, we're going to take this that's called SQL delete and make it SQL get. Alright, SQL get, primary definition. Same deal, regular definition get. Alright, count matching records. This is important because if we don't find any matching records, we're not going to get anywhere. So, what was that? And then the soft delete field doesn't matter. The record delete timestamp doesn't matter. Okay. So we just have a count. So declaration, close that. Check variable values. So this one says record delete by username. There's no username check here. No. Alright, so then we're going to say select count matching records from the table. From the table where primary key field name equals primary key variable. If count is 0, interesting. Right. So it wouldn't be able to get anything. It would essentially be an empty data set. So just return.
Can you feel that?
So maybe we want to keep our return message. I think it can give me a data set and return message. That's an interesting thought. That's a fair question. So why don't we try and find out? So we're going to say create, and we'll switch this one to get. And we have a primary key. We don't need this. Don't need that. But we have a return message here. And we don't need this. Count matching records from test table. Primary key if return message matching record with ID was not found. Yeah, alright. And we will need to do for this as well, but it's so we'll just take this. Record deleted, no. It's deleted, no. Parameterize delete. Lost my music again because YouTube's a little pain in my ass and auto. All we do is think your music line. So DuckDuckGo browse YouTube. go down. So we essentially want to select all from Alright, let's try that. Must declare scalar variable. No, don't need that. Don't need either one of those. Try again. Alright, which one is this? So this is testing table underscore get. And then we can try. Nope. Script to execute. So if we did set, what happens? It prints, but it didn't, I don't think it gave me the message. I don't think it gave me anything. So it printed, but it didn't select. Alright, so I have a 2 here, but what it printed was select star from this, where that equals that. Alright, if print wasn't there, one, I know, there's already a thing. Try again. Huh. Okay. That's specs parameter is deleted, which was not provided. All right. Nope. 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 So the SQL statement, the definitions, and primary key. Fine. Execute. All right. And execute. That record has already been deleted. Right, because it's trying to execute the delete statement. We're trying to execute the get statement. Hey, there we go. Okay, so it actually gave me that. And if I have an error, I can get a return message. So I can get a data set, or I can get a return message. I just have to understand how I'm going to read that on the other side. Okay, let's see. Get some music. Excellent. So, since we know we can do that, the soft delete, so create parameters, we had a return message as an output right before the as statement. So let's split that here. Yeah. Okay, so that's the primary key, and that's the return message, which is fine. All right, very good. Then we have declaration of variables for the procedure, and we're going to check the variable values. So in this case, we have count matching records, count matching records. We're not doing delete successful because we're in the get, but essentially a matching record with that ID was not found. But we don't want to pull from the table per se. We would like to pull from the view. So we're going to say string SQL view name. Alright, and same deal here. Equals interface creation dot SQL view name. Save. Okay. So SQL view name, where that count matching record to 0, begin a matching record with that ID was not found. Otherwise, down here, I'm trying to find the ones where the, yeah. That's gone. Alright, excellent. So that essentially says I couldn't find the record in the view. Set variable values for procedure. Soft delete, I don't need that. But we'll leave the set variable values. I don't know that. Yeah, we'll leave the title here, which is fine. And then the timestamp, this can go away. Yep. Set variable values, yeah. And then parameter definition for the get statement. Okay, and then this is the soft delete field, but again, we don't have that. Record delete by username field, we don't have that. Record deleted by timestamp field, we don't have that. What we want instead for the parameter definitions is going to be closer to that of the update statement. Okay, modified parameter definition update, here we are. So if modified by username for each field in fields, where is read only? Yeah, except that's not the one we want for each field, is on detail field. Yep, so we're going to take this guy, put that in here, and we're going to say is on detail record page is 1. Then variable data type and length. Alright, that's pretty straightforward. We have a primary key, and then we have variable data type and length. We do just have to make sure that we're not duplicating it, because if we accidentally said the primary key field was on there, yeah. We'll check that next. Alright, so we have SQL get, so we're then going to say select alright, so we're going to select a bunch of fields, essentially. Copy. Field is on detail record page. Data type. SQL table field name with brackets. Yep. So it just commas through all of the field names, right? from view name, yeah. It's not the, no. It's not this one, it's not that one, it's not this one. Alright, so take those out. So we basically say from the view where the primary key field name equals primary key variable, right? And then check variable values. Perform actions. We begin the try, do execute, get primary key variable. Yeah, that's probably the only one that we have. Okay, we take those two out. Then same with this one and this one. It wouldn't be delete successful because we don't report that. Catch, return message, error message, and catch. Perform actions. Yep. Okay, cool. I think I have a couple errors. Show leading comma. Alright, that one's gone. Save. What else we got? Alright, let's do a quick build. Good. Simple enough. Alright, it says it built. So let's run it and see if we can get that to work. Add, update, and delete. And we need some new controls for the get because we need the name as well. So we have to go back to the page. Steps to complete, yeah. So the delete one, essentially everything from the label, the two toggles in the text box, we can paste, then we can go back and fix them. We can change is delete to is get. We have the label. Is get start procedure to be created? Yes, no. Is get. Yep. Okay, so we have that one. This one should be go to definition. Okay, that gives us that. So is get to be no, and say right, so is get binding is to know row is new record. That's not right. Okay, so that is get is all steps to be performed custom. Yep, that's the enabled. And this one, text box, delete stored procedure to be created is already defined in this scope. So we'll just give it a second name. It's fine. Text is the stored procedure deletion. No, not delete. Get. Okay. That's the get one. Row should be 8. And visibility is get record stored procedure to be created visible. Alright, so let's go to the definition of new record, interface creation model. Here. Let's find the word visibility. Okay, so we have is new record, is update, is delete, is get text. Alright, perfect. So after the word text, then we put this one, we simply change delete to get. That's that one. So is get record stored procedure to be created visibility. Save that, and then when this number happens, we then do notify property changed. Very good. Close the line. That one should be fine now too. Okay. And then we have SQL table field. Save SQL table, mark all steps we performed, make magic happen. A lot of toggles that nothing seems to happen. Download SQL views, download SQL tables, save new record, no prompt. Okay. Essentially, all of these buttons have their own events that trigger the same function. Okay. Customize as necessary. They all end up doing the same thing. Okay, good. So we got to here. So something's wrong now. Stability is back, which is good. That part's fine. I think this grid, the rows don't have enough rows. Okay. And then delete tag. Yep, the label here should be in row 7. Okay, very good. And then this text box is get related to be created stored procedure, and once I build this, that box should go away. Okay, it's gone away. And if we went to steps to complete, we would see that that field is hiding. Good. So then when we say all toggle button, go to definition, all steps we performed, go to definition, yeah. Is get record storage procedure to be created, go to definition. So then this one is underscore get. It's essentially the stored procedure equals the subject under get. Yep. Okay. If it doesn't have value already, which makes sense. All right. Excellent. So now we're gonna save the get procedure, or part of it. We should be able to save more. So let's test again. And table this one. Information we have, steps to complete is all. Okay, we have the get, important fields, we have all those things. And we had make magic happen. And it says there's already an object add. Yeah, we knew that was going to happen. Update, we knew that was going to happen. Okay, so this is in soft delete, which we actually know is going to break because that already exists too, which is fine. So then save that. All right, send it to next statement. Hit continue. All right, incorrect syntax. So I had a feeling something would be off, but I didn't break it properly. So we'll put this here, save it, continue it, try again, add, yeah I know, update, yeah I know, delete, yeah I know. Alright, so that's this one. Let's see how it turned out. The view name is missing. Ha. Okay. So if the view name is missing, do I just use the table name instead? That would make sense. That would make it more robust. So in here somewhere, we have SQL view name. Yep. Is null. So then we could say SQL view name if SQL view name is null, SQL view name equals table name. Like that. Save. Okay. Let's try again. Add, fail, update, fail, delete, fail. Alright, we got to here. Let's step past, SQL view. Yep, continue. Alright, so that one worked. Copy that, go back to here, select all, get rid of the bracket again. Alright, what do we have? So we have get, primary key field, and return message. Get, parameter definition for get, count matching records is that. So we have select, primary key, count matching records. Matching record with that ID was not found, and the definitions, date, fields, integers, varchars, so all of them are here. And then we're basically saying select. Interesting. That is broken. So we could put this here. Yeah, and that should function. And then we basically would state that stuff and then return message, error message, yeah. So already one called get, that's fine. So we'll say alter, execute. Execute. Matching record with that ID was not found, which we expected. Parameterized query. Specs parameter date field, which was not provided. Date field, the definition. Date field, value. Oh, well, we don't need them in the definition because we really only need the primary key. Right, yeah, no, this is just like very simple. Okay, so let's kill that for the moment. And what are we looking at? So SQL get, comma, find. So under set SQL get, we don't need all the field names. We don't need them in the parameters. The parameter definition for get. Here, it's just the primary key field, and then this can come out. That's the only. It's the only one there. Okay. So that made sense. So this is what it looked like. And so I think when I'm in the set SQL get here, I have to put a couple extra tabs. Yep, just another tab before each of those. And I would have to do the primary key field first, otherwise it'll be a little weird. So we took this one, essentially. We'll put this here. New primary key field name. Yep. Sets primary key field name. And we probably don't need the break line here. I'll just go like that. So then it would look like this. I probably want another tab then for each of them. So that puts 3 tabs here, like so. From the view, primary key matches, print. Yeah, that should work. Put that up in parameter definition, space. I think we already looked that. Good. So we have it, and we're going to try again. Alright, and our table is testing table 4. SQL view, we don't have one, so that's fine. And we're going to put a 1 at the end of each of these. Mark fields, field information, new record page, list detail record page. So our detail record page is here. So whether they are editable or not, it's the fields that we're going to get when we use them. So we have, 5 fields or so. All right, there you go. And yep, we already have one that didn't work. So we'll take this off. We know that part works. And this one, just do new, paste. Okay. So if we hit execute, it actually ran in our procedure listing. Okay, so most of those are not successful. That's fine, but we have get one. And if we wanted to script to execute that, we took primary key. We said set primary key equals 2, gives us a record. If we did 3, it does not give us a record. But we could then handle the prompt, because we could say select this. It says matching record with that ID was not found. Yeah. All right. Well, that is exciting. So we'll delete a lot of these. We probably need a function to drop existing stored procedures. An override option of sorts. All right. Yep, that's easy enough. Okay. So those are all gone. Those are tested. That is working really well. So steps to complete. We now can code automatically 4 procedures with a quick click of a button. So we can add records to the table, we can update records in the table, we can delete records from the table, or at least soft delete them, and we can get individual records from the table, because getting the entirety of the record can be very different than selecting or viewing a list of the records. And there's a substantial reason for that, but we'll see that later. So I guess the 2 other procedures are going to be list records. That's essentially just give me the ID number and the display value, which is going to be very similar to select, but it's not going to have any filters. It's going to be like list them all and give me the titles. Essentially like the primary key value and then some sort of display figure, which is fine. All right. Double check on my calendar. So we look good so far, which is fine. All right, so list and select, and select is going to be the most complicated one. I keep leaving it for the end, which it's fine. We'll figure it out. Right. The good thing is we have list, and list procedure essentially wants to know, like, what is its name, and then what field are you going to display in the list. And I would hope there's not more than one, but it could be a simple drop down, you know, like a list of departments. It's got a department name, or it's got a department number, or something like that, and that's it. You know, it's gonna bring back the department ID, the department name, and that's it. And we can add filters and criteria to it later, but I think for our purposes that works fairly well. And it's going to be very, very similar to get, except it's just going to be just one of the fields. We're selecting to make list procedures. Those are based on certain fields. So maybe we should have a checkbox or list box or something to indicate that yes, a list procedure should be made, and it should be displaying a certain field or fields, and what is its name. And I think we start there with outlining controls similar to get, and it would just be list. So it would be table, list, and then the field name, or subject list, and then the field name. So I think we start there. Okay. Let's close all. Okay. Interface creation model. If we just start with the 1 for the moment, I should be fairly quick at it. So the view with a list of fields. Yep, all steps are to be performed. Good. These are dependent stored procedures. So we have, is the new stored procedure going to be created? Is the update procedure going to be created? Okay. Is the delete procedure? Is the get procedure? Okay. Is the select procedure, which we already know about, right? Okay. Then we have new so take this stored procedure add and change it to stored procedure new within the whole project. Current project. Switch. Thank you. Save. I didn't break anything, but we have new, update, delete, select, get. Okay. So I think we can start with just 1. And then we'll swap this to procedure get to be procedure list. There we go. And select is get, so we'll add a whole set of properties here. Right. Get record stored proc list record stored proc. Okay, let's change that. Very good. So now we have all of those properties, which are fine. Is list record stored procedure to be created. Excellent. And then we have its name down there. So have a property on the model, have a field. I can go to our page where the properties are assigned values, and I can say steps to create. Go down to get, similar concept, and I simply would grab those, paste them down, select everything in here of is get to is list. All right, and get then changes to list, and this is going to be in row 9. I don't know that have a row 9, but we'll find out. Is list procedure is list, list, get, list, is list, all steps, yep. All right. So we have that one. Is list no, is list no, is all steps. All right. So that toggle button's good. And then text box, list, start procedure to be created. Start procedure, list. Okay. I don't, something's missing. No, the list is there. Let's watch here. This needs to be row 10. There we go. So, build. No. Definition. And I'm betting the other toggle button has the same problem. Okay, save, build again. And that text box underneath list should now be hidden. Because the field is dependent on those checkboxes. Okay, so we have controls now that will take care of that. And then we would need a stored procedure for it. We have new, we have update, we have soft delete, we have get, and then we would need to do list. Oh, the other piece that we do need for list is the field that is being used. So this is row 10. We probably need a list box that is going to be in grid.row 11 with grid.column span of 3, and the item source is going to be binding to new .list SQL table fields. Okay, and then we'll give it a style single select with a min height of say 40. Okay. I don't know where else I used list boxes at, but let's not use any of those in this document. So project. So we had a list box here as just a sample, but we don't actually have any list boxes in use. So we have item source. I think we treat it like a combo box. And we would have to do like selected item. And for selected item, since we're only doing one, we could probably store it in the model for that. And then, so we would have to do path, display, member path. Table field name, selected value path, yep. So we have list SQL table fields, yeah. List box style, list box single select. Save. Let's try building. See what happens. Steps to complete. Okay. Selected item. Essentially. And then visibility will be tied to the list record as well. But we need a selected item. And so in the creation model, let's list is list, yeah. So we would say private SQL table field model list stored procedure visible field public enough. Alright, so then this is list start procedure visible field. We're going to copy it. We're going to go here. And for this guy, we have our item source. We would say selected item is going to be binding new record list start procedure visible field. So just like that. Okay, we're gonna have to see what happens, but yeah. Let's see if the list box shows the fields. It shouldn't be a problem. Actually, it might be a problem because we didn't define any columns. We did not define what to show. So, no such column stored procedure new. Really? No such column stored procedure new. Oh, that must be a Sqlite problem. I'm willing to bet I swapped out. Yeah, I did. Okay. So, interface creation. Start procedure add. switch this to 1, 2, 3, start procedure new. Okay, save that. P interface creation, which we don't have. So we have that. Okay. Close all that. Much better. Try that now. And we'll go here. Table information, all. Okay, list. It is showing the fields. Excellent. So then we would say, hey, we want to show the text field. Text field, that one. Okay. We probably want a max height with a scroll bar on it. And then this has to unlock as well. So let's fix a couple of those pieces. Alright, list box, we would say max height to be 80. Steps to complete. Okay, that's this one. Very good. So we can select those fields, and then yes and no is enabled, is all steps to be performed. Custom is checked, is last. Right. Go to definition of that. Alright, so that's this one. Copy. And of course they, yeah. So when we said do all, we checked that box. This one says mark all to be performed. It doesn't have this one. So we'd have to say new record is list record start procedure to be created is 1. Save. Okay. So that should take care of that next one. And this one is checked by is model to be created? Yes. Because by default, that one's set to 1. Gotcha. So we can do something similar, can't we? So we could say this space equals 1, save, play. This one, this one. Okay, so that's already there. Get it all. List record is here, but list record is not being named. So if I put the name in here, like that, and then I select the text field, like that, when I want to go make magic happen, we should be able to do that. But if I do a quick search on that's here. Okay, so that's is update record sort procedure to be created. I could do something similar for is list. This one. Sort procedure get, and this is supposed to be list. Okay, so list. No, we'll just swap it out in the selection. Okay. And then when we select a field, right? Because we have a SQL table field, this one here, we're setting it. So we want to do something similar. We could do copy. Store procedure list equals table subject list underscore plus dot field name C# code, I think. Corrected SQL table field name. Yeah, just like that. So if we break that there and go in, okay. Testing table list text field. So we now have a list procedure name already set up, which works really well for me. I don't think that the make magic happen event has been lined up, as we haven't finished programming it yet. Okay. We have get, now we need list. we're gonna certainly see how this goes. All right, so assuming we can be heard and whatnot, list is going to be very, very similar to get, except we're not going to use a primary key to do it. Might use a series of values, but yeah. So we're going to switch up some of the SQL a little bit here. So we're going to say create stored procedure, list record, just like that. And then as we go through here, so this is our variable declaration, which we can put a region around. Okay. Declare variables. Okay. Enough. Then end region. Declare variables. Okay. Actually, if we took that, when we minimize it, it just minimizes that. Excellent. So then we have set variables, which we can put above my handle, my comment. All right, action completed by default. We haven't finished it. Fields of missing data. I don't know that we're gonna have any fields of missing data here, but and then we have a region for error handling. So the database, the table, the database name, right? The get. No, this one is going to replace with list within the current block. Okay, so we have list, primary key field, variable name for stored procedure. Yeah, probably going to be needed for some things, but yeah. This is actually an irrelevant check. And then we have count fields of missing data, which we'll have to come back for. Yeah, error handling. Okay. Database schema procedure name is going to be stored procedure list. Table SQL view. Yep, if the view is null, then the view is the table. And then primary key variable name. Stored procedures. Again, irrelevant. Check here. I'm pretty sure there's a check, so we'll leave that alone. And then the connections, we have set variables, and then we're going to form actions. Okay, and again, we can take off the finder place, and then we can put a new region in, call it form actions. Okay, and we'll simply minimize everything in here. We'll put an end region. That way this whole thing can just be minimized like that. It works. All right, so region create procedure parameters. So we're going to create a procedure with the schema, with the procedure name we wanted. And this is putting in the primary key field, which we don't need. We have the option of doing a return message, like if something can't be executed for some reason. We do have that at least. So put the line over there, and then we have return message output as begin set no count. So that part's easy. Then declaration of variables for procedures. We simply have this one, which is going to be replaced with SQL list within the current block. And then parameter definition, okay, of list in the current block. Yeah. Good, and then count matching records. Well, this is where if we assign filters, then we have that. And if we don't have any matching records, we can't do anything with it anyway. So that's the declaration. Then we have check variable values, count matching records from view. We don't have the primary key field name. We have to make sure the display field name is present. So let's close that and we'll do string display field name. Okay, set variables. We called that what? Display field name. So in here, when we're trying to select the data, we're saying from, not necessarily where this is equal to a certain variable, because it's not. We're trying to say where display field is null, comma, like blank, does not equal blank blank. Alright, so how do we code that on the SQL Server side? We would say select all from T testing table 4, where text field does not equal blank blank. Yeah. That's it. Alright, good. So that looks right. It does not equal blank blank, and we have that. So those are single quotes, and I think they should work as single quotes in this context. Check variable values. So this is select, yeah. Set Sqlite select. It's just going to be the primary key and the display field name. So we have primary key field name. Not going to do this. Display field name. Yeah. From SQL view, where is no, that's not that. Yeah. So this is select count. SQL view name. In this case, we're saying that select primary key and display field from the table. Okay. Perform the actions. We're going to say print the SQL statement, execute the SQL statement. That's the stored procedure executor, the list SQL, the definitions, primary key variable. Yeah, we don't need that though, because the select statement actually has no values in it. And then we have return message. Okay, so this should be list. Copy that. Save. Let's go to one instance where this is run. List. List record start procedure. Right. So essentially, we would have we created is one. We can actually take that and make it just a multi-conditional if. So we can say if this is 1 and return that is false, then we'd say it's not successful. Fix in each of these. And we can do the same thing here. Behind it. We basically just say is update store procedure to be created. Yeah. Save. Okay, so that should create a list store procedure. And, oh wait, this, yeah, should bypass those two. Alright, this table, view, create all, table list, text field, that out, you know that works. Good, yep, it renamed it, important fields, step types, record page. Okay, so this one is get, which, alright, cool, we got the get. Oh, it must have fired, and I didn't break it. Go to definition. Okay, so I did not have a break in here for list, so that means I should be able to go to my stored procedure. And let's refresh. Oh, I have to continue first. The connection's closed. Alright, so we then have this text field. Modify, let's take a gander at it. Alright, and if we do script to execute, select primary key, text field 4 is null. Wow, yeah, that's broken. Because if we do something like this, it's going to tell us incorrect syntax. But at least that gives me a better idea as to what's going on. So if we do script alter, okay, so it was it's that part, right? Because when it printed it printed it with only one bracket instead of two. So I think in SQL list, when we're defining it, we would have to do double quotations, because if we did double quotations, here and here, we get that, then we can go up to our execute, parameterized query, primary key expects parameter primary key, which was not provided. Really? Okay. Yeah, we don't actually have a list. So there we go. Okay, so when it did parameter definition for list, that's here. So essentially we did that. Just leave it like so. Okay. Duration, that seems super weird. 24 seconds, huh? Okay. So that worked. It does seem to have functioned, and it returned the data, and this RC1 isn't actually needed, so we could hit that, and then we get that guy, and then selecting return message is null, so it doesn't really matter. So as long as the return message is null, we should be good. We can detect if the data set is null too. That will work. So it's a bit more robust. And my guess is we can just repeat that for the number of times the fields that we had selected, because we can loop through the list of fields and just make one for each one. But making one right now is just fine. All right, so that gives us part of it. Primary key and text field, essentially, and that's what we got here. So if we had the table and we edit it, we could do some text, unique key, constraint, wait, what? Violation of unique key, cannot insert duplicate key into object. Duplicate key value is null. Alright, so field with unique key, yeah, that's this one. Alright, so that makes sense. And we could then do field with unique key, and we would do a text field, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Alright, we want to make sure that we get 3 results. Results. Perfect. Those are the ones with values that we can see, because a blank value tells me I'm good. And we could do the same thing with another field very quickly. Because we have the field with unique key, and then we do have that. So that works for me. All right, let's stop that. Now that we've done the list, we get to do select. Select is going to be a bit more than difficult, I think. Interesting. Okay, cool. Okay. So let me make sure and see if it comes through. I think it's a few minutes behind. Huh. Okay, cool. Alright, so now it's picking it up, which is fine. Alright. What's hosting all the memory? DuckDuckGo is taking a gig of memory? Jeez. Alright. Oh, I was taking a lot. Right. Now what's hosting the memory? Visual Studio, I expect that. Edge, 650 megs, kind of expecting that. It's in a bunch of places, so not surprising at all. Okay. That calmed down the fans a little bit. GPU, what's using GPU at this point? Oh, well, OBS is using GPU. Okay, that's not surprising. All right, enough of my distractions. We need to write a massively complicated stored procedure creator that ultimately, yeah, acts against SQL injection, bases patterns, basis on the selection of like the fields that I'm actually using and stuff like that. So it's going to be similar to Git, except it's going to return a lot of records. So similar in that facet to list, but it's going to have a lot of filters. So I guess if we start with something like list and then go from there, So if we can work our way into it from there, we should be able to kind of work with it, I think. Mm. Okay. Well, there's no way to get it done without actually starting. Oh, I absolutely think this one's going to be hard and complicated and everything else. Let's see what we can do, huh? Okay. So let's start with get. So we have schema, procedure, table, view, primary key variable. Um, these I don't think are relevant here. And then count fields and missing data. We'll deal with that one a little bit. Set variables. Okay, actions not completed. Count fields of missing data by default is 0. Then we go into error handling. We have the database, we have the table. We have the name, the procedure for get, which we will just make stored procedure for select. Okay, so we'll take this, replace it with this within the current block, like so. All right, so as long as it's not null and it's not blank, primary key field, I don't need to check on that. Okay, and then count fields of missing data is greater than 0. This is where we have to provide a loop for the fields. So we would have to say for each, no, that's not what I wanted. For each SQL table field M field in SQL in list, sorry, interface creation list SQL table fields. If field dot is filter on list page, if field dot filter I would have to know what kind of filter it was going to be. Um, yeah, I would have to know what kind of filter it was going to be. So that's inside of the model. Model, no, wrong one, sorry, features, SQL table field model. So we have field name for C#, data type for C#, data type for SQL Server, length, numeric precision, scale, and variables, whether it's read only, and if it's a filter on the list page. So this is where we would need to know like the filter controls, right? Or the filter types. So filter type, what does a filter type look like in here? Filter type, data, we have date or date range. See, we also had filter term, which we were using. Yeah, filter type, filter term. So filter type was like date filters, currency filters, foreign key. Okay, so that's a selection combo box. Multi-select. So it is a filter type, essentially. So when it's on the list, it's got to have a filter type. SQL table field, filter type. Does a filter type model have anything in it that I need to worry about? No, we can reuse it here. So then we would say private filter type model nullable list page filter type public filter type model list page filter type. Okay, turn set if list page filter type equals null. Just do this. So this page, yeah, okay. And then we would say record tracking, mark dirty if mark dirty if loaded. There we go. Save. So we have list page filter type, and that's going to do the list page. So if we're inside of the interface creation view, identifying list records page on list as filter, I think we have to split these up for the list page filters and list page data, because those are two different sets of information. So I think that's where we have to kind of draw the line. And so we'll do that. Go to the top of this one, I think. So list data table page, and yeah, list data table page, and then list filters. Is list page to be created? That one automatically gets enabled, which is fine. List records. Yeah, see, I don't know about any of this. Not right now. So let's just take that commented out. Okay, so we have a border at the top, which is fine. We can take that, comment that out too. All right, and then we have the data table list SQL table fields. Yep, fine. We have the field name, which is good. Then we have the caption, which is fine. Is on list as filter. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, list filters is the one that we're looking at. So data grid template column. And then this one is on grid as table. This comes out. Okay. And then we would say filter type. This is a combo box column. And the items would have to be filter types, I think. So actions, filter type filters, filter type actions. Yeah, we have static collections of a list of filter types. Okay, so that would then be item source, binding, actions, filter type actions, list. Okay, so we have instances of these actions here, but is filter type actions yeah, because it's not static. Okay, so we would have to have an actions of that to work with. So then we could replace everything that says SQL view with filter type. And we simply say filter type actions, and that includes it. Is this one? Inconsistent accessibility. Go to definition. It's internal. This needs to be set to public. Save, close, close. All right, so that one works. So we have actions, filter type, copy, actions, filter type. Huh, why is that? These are public. List, filter types. Yeah, public static. So let's go back and use that one. Dot list filter types. Okay. And display member path. Go to the definition of this, filter type M, and we would use a field called filter type name. Okay. Selected value path. Okay. Should be called filter type ID. All right. So that's the source. Okay. And then I want to say that we had another one. Item source selected item. Yeah. Okay, so it's a combo box and it would have to be a selected item bound. to list selected I don't seem to have that. So we have display member path and a selected value path, and an item source with filter type as the title. So is that the way that it works? Selected item binding, and then selected value binding, data grid column combo box. I don't even know if this one works, but that's the new page interface control type. So I might have to look at that. Let's see if we can get the values to show up first based on the filter types that are available. Okay, build errors. Nope. Primary key. What are we in? This is create stored procedure. Select records. Yeah. So these are gone, which is fine. So field is filter on list page is on list is filter on list page equals 1. Okay. Let's try another one. All right. So actually the primary key field comment out that line. Comment out that line. And that one. And finally, what was that one? So when we go to here, all right, we picked a server, we picked a table, gone to our table information, steps to complete is everything, fields, field information, list filters. Okay, so is it on the list as a filter? Date field, filter type. Filter type doesn't have any values. So filter type doesn't have any values. Why not? My guess is it's not populating the list when it opens. So filter type actions is only meant to return the static collection, but not to get the list. So these are navigation methods. This is list, and it returns a Boolean. So saying yes, it got it, or no, it didn't. So we can grab this, and when we go to our new page, code behind, we have our new page opening up, and then we have page loaded, we have populate collections. Go to definition, refresh SQL Server list, refresh interface control types. Okay, go to definition, interface control types. We're going to copy the logic. We're going to say refresh filter types. Okay, actions, filter type, list, filter type. Okay, list interface control types. Let's put this one here. Go to the definition. So we would want a list of filter types available to just reference on this view model. So we would then say interface control types, and we would replace it with filter type, do the singular. Okay, so essentially now it's going to be filter type model, list filter types, public, yep, okay. Save. So list filter types equals interface control type actions filter type actions dot list filter types notify property changed of list filter types. Save. So we have refresh filter types. We'll go back to where this one's being called. We'll do that. Save. So populate collections gets called. It runs through all those. That I'm gonna update it. So we go here. Yep, we got to this part. If we continue, all right, table selection. We're gonna pick on our table, steps to complete, all, list filters, filter type does not show up. And on our new record page, the control types do show up. So I know that one works, and I know the other one doesn't. So now it's just a matter of figuring out why. So let's close all tabs, go back to the new view, going to go to new record page, go to our control type over here, data grid template column, data grid combo box column. We have an element style. Ah, interesting. All right, so let's take this, copy it, and we'll go to our list filters column. All right, so combo box column, we can get rid of the name, and we're just change it to filter type. Display member path is filter type name, filter type ID, selected item binding, new page, interface control type. Item source, binding relative data context list, filter types. Okay, then editing element style, we have property, item source, value, binding, relative source, find ancestor, ancestor type, path, data context, list, filter types, like so. Okay. Headers, filter type, display member, we changed out those, but the selected item binding is something called new page interface control type, but filter type. Data type, list page filter type. Okay, selected value binding would be list page filter type ID. Okay, so that has the new values, and this can be squished. And does it build? It built. Excellent. Okay, let's try this again. Creation. All right, we got to here, so we know that it's filling in. Yeah. Table selection. Table 4, table information, steps to complete all, import fields, field information, new record page, list filters. There we go. So date field, date or date range, and it stays put. Fantastic. Okay, so then we have decimal field, which is basically a number value or number range. Field with unique key. Yeah, so that's fine. And then we have text field, which then we have text search. All right, so we have a variety of fields that we can work with here. And then nvarchar max is also a text search. So the first part of all this is making the stored procedure work. And then after that, we can continue with the other stuff. Okay. So we want to be able to get into the create, select, stored procedure. Now that we know that these are holding, is it updating in the SQL, in the other one? So SQL table fields. Okay, these are those fields. Is filter on this page? Yes. Data type is numeric, max length. I don't know that it's saving. SQL table field. Yeah. Interface control type, but we would probably call it list page filter type is essentially what I think we would end up with it on. So as we select that property, we would have to save it somewhere for a couple of reasons. One, I want to know what we did, and it'll be quicker to fill it back in again later. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So let's look at the SQL table field. If we pulled up the model for SQL table fields, let's close all out. SQL table field model, yeah. And is filter on this page, list page filter type. Yeah, okay. List page filter type. Yeah, let's add a record list page filter type ID. Make it an integer, allow it to be nullable. That's all fine. We'll commit that change. We'll go to v SQL table field, format them, and t SQL table field dot list page filter type. Okay. Then we would do left outer join t filter type on t SQL table field dot list page filter type equals t filter type ID. Excuse me. Okay, and that means filter type. We'd have filter type name. Save. Okay, so we need to update the code for controlling the table or creating the table. Let's go to Sqlite setup, find t filter type. Yep. No, 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 no. Create Sqlite table t filter type, which is this one. So filter type ID, filter type name. That part's not changing. It's SQL table field. Okay. SQL table field, go to definition. Okay. So after numeric precision and numeric scale, we have list page filter type, which is an integer. Like that. Okay, save that one. B SQL table field, right? Which, again, list page filter type ID. Yeah, because now we're looking at this. And then we also want filter type name. Like so. T filter type name. And then we also have the outer join statement down here, which we get to fit in okay. All right, now we have the setup for the table and the view corrected. Now we just need to correct the actions so we can save to it. So when we're selecting the string, we will need to pick on list page filter type ID. list page filter type, and then filter type name. Okay, so that's going to make sure we select the value, but when we want to update or even right, so if we took numeric precision or numeric scale, because I think that's list default value. Wait, default value is not coming down? Select SQL table field. Did I just not put them in the right order? Default values up here. Okay. So I didn't put them in the right order. But that's fine. Because list page filter type will need its own thing. So if this is not null, then we would have to say list page, sorry, no, filter type model, filter type equals new filter type. Filter type dot filter type ID is that. Then filter type name is filter type name. That doesn't get converted to this. Gets marked to a string like so. And then list page filter type becomes the object like so. All right. So that gives us those fields. And that is for select. And then of course we had get, which I think we'll just do the same way. And then delete, not bothered. Update is a little bit different. We have is read only max length. Yeah, this one's going to be list page filter type ID. Okay. And then, so after max length, but default value is not. Huh. Oh, okay. Yeah, default value is not actually going in there anywhere. Okay, well that can be commented out until I know more. But that does mean max length, list page, filter type ID here, and list page filter type, filter type ID. And that only matters if record list page filter type is not null. And in that case, then you get the ID. You put that in, and then this is field definitions, which doesn't relate, go to, which doesn't relate, list, which max length, yeah. So if RDR, that one, okay. That's check SQL table field exists. That's get SQL table field ID, and that's download SQL table fields from somewhere else. Okay, so this should work to hold that new value. I'm hoping. Because then, if it works, so we have date or date range on the date field. And if we go to our SQLite here, close those, go to T SQL table field, go to the data, bottom, last column, last field, list page. We don't have that. So date field, which is this one, should have a value, and it doesn't. But if I did something like that and then refreshed it, we now have a 1 in the value. And if we went with a text field, we went with text search, we said yes and refreshed it, we have a 6. Okay, so it is saving an ID field, which is a good thing. It's just not saving it when we're selecting it. Okay, so we have to have it save the table field when the selection changes, I think. Yeah, well, like when it loses focus or whatever. Um, Now, if we go out and back in and reselect a different table, all right, this one has no values in it. And then we can go out to table 4 again. Table information, steps, all. They came back. Fantastic. So then that one's a decimal, and this one's a field with a unique key. And a field with a unique key is going to be dependent on the data type that's in it. I have a field name, but I don't have the SQL data type, which I probably will want to have when I'm looking at filters. Actually, we could fill in filter types quickly if that's the case. So we just have to make sure that if it's on there as a filter, that we have a filter type. That would be that required field check. And so our decimal field is then a number ranges filter and a field with unique key. This one's going to be a text search because it's a text type. I'm not showing it as text type, but it'll work. And then text field is yes. Okay. Is it on as a filter? We're going to refresh that. Sorry, refresh. Yes. Okay, so text field is this one. Is read only, is on data detail, is on data table, is filter on this page. So filter on this page is not filling in, or at least it's not saving that it's filling in. So I'll have to adjust that one as well. But the good thing is we're able to fill in the drop downs. We have that part. So we know our filter types. We have to be able to get it to create a select stored procedure based on these values that we now have, and we have to get it to save when I'm done selecting stuff from here. So let's get it to save first. Go to our interface, creation, new. So I know one of the other fields it was saving. So like the new record page, the toggles were here. Nope, not that one. Template column is display on new record page. Cell template, yes. Okay, so yes button probably has a checked event calling a save. So we can just do checked. Okay, it'll go to yes, go to definition. And this is save SQL table field, no prompt. All right, and then this one, if we say no, also gonna save it, but that means the filter one also needs to be set up that way. So list filters is on list filter. This is the combo box column. This is the template with the toggles. So then we have a couple of fields here. So we have name, style, grid. All right, let's put this one in there as well. So grid doesn't really matter. Then we do checked is on new record page. Yes, checked one, no. Just go to the same one. Go to definition. Yep, that's fine. And then this one would go checked. Go to definition. That one's also there. So is on new record page, but that's, I just named them wrong. These are list filters. Is on list, is filter on list page is what it's supposed to be. All right, so we can take that off. Is filter on list page. Take that off. Go to definition. Save new record, no prompt. Right? Save. Okay. That's fine. Yep. Save. All right, what do we got? So that part should save now. We'll just say, yeah, it's a filter. Now the other columns, we have the data grid text block header, and then we have this one for caption, which the caption makes sense here, but we're also going to put one in for SQL data type. Data type for SQL Server. Yep. Save. And this one would be read only. All right. That indicates if it's on there as a filter or not. And that one will be what type of filter it is, which is good. If we did select no, wouldn't it reset it to nothing? Yeah, no, it's fine. We have SQL data types, have our tab item, list filters. Yep. All right, so can we bring the border back? Okay. We have this whole stack panel thing in here that I'm not a fan of. But inside of the border, we could put a button to say fill in default filter types or something like that. Yeah, we could loop through. Through each one that's not filled in. Well, we're going to look for how to make it easier. I still need it to create the stored procedure, which is this one. So we're going to copy that. We're going to go to where this one is being made, and we're going to do the same thing. And actually, we're going to take one of these top ones instead. What we're going to say is select stored procedure to be created and create select records based on that, creating the select stored procedure was not successful. All right, let's go to the definition of that guy. Let's make sure we put a break in this right away. Okay. And we have our begin try. We have our get. No. All right, so we have our select. So in this case, we're going to go through the table fields, make sure that they're filter on the list page, and that they have a filter type. So if filter on this page is 1, and page filter type dot filter type ID no is null, fields of missing data. All right, so if it's a filter and it's missing a filter type, it increases. Count, yeah, blank fields are missing information. That's fine. That's doable. So we'll put that there. All right, then we get to database and schema, stored procedure select, table and view, view name, condition, that one. Yep. Okay, so create procedure parameters. Return message. Yeah, if there's a problem. We already proved that that works. Declare variables. All right, we're going to change this SQL get to SQL select current document. Yeah. And the other side of this is going to have to be that we will have 2 of them or 3 of them. But the summary is going to be different. So parameter definition is get. It's going to be select Nope, 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 nope. We're in the select still. Yep, current block, place. Okay. So SQL select, execute SQL select, parameter definition select. Okay. So this is where we need to know if it's on the data table page, not the detail record page, is on data table page is 1, append SQL table field name with brackets, yeah, from view name, yeah, and then we would say where primary key field name is greater than 0. All right, so we'll have to put the primary key field name back in, and then we have to do the rest of we print the select, we execute the select, we do that, we have the parameter definitions of the select, and we start to integrate some stuff into it. So we need to find the primary key field name. SQL table, primary key field name. SQL table field name, yep. Okay. So we save that. I know it's got a break. It's got a couple of breaks in it, so that's fine. We need to start with something basic, essentially. We need to make sure that it's bringing down the right stuff, and right now it's not even doing that. Primary key variable. We're just going to say greater than 0. Okay. Save. So it ran, we opened, we have the server, we have the table, we have the table information, steps to complete is all. So we can see here those. What we're not seeing is the select procedure to be made. My guess is it's not going to be made. But we have the list. Go here. Add, yeah, I know. All right, we know that one. Yeah. Okay. It. Yeah. The list. We also know that one happened. Okay. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Variable name for stored procedure. Primary key variable. Really? List stored procedure interface create what? Oh, interesting. We didn't select one. This should be in error handling. So we'll copy that, stop it, to error handling, and if list stored procedure visible field. Yeah, essentially, I didn't select one, so it didn't go, and we're not saving it. So, but I think we can turn each of those off. And inside of the new variable, as far as steps to complete, this one should be bound to the other one. Well, this one is automatically saying yes, but the visibility of the list box should be matching the text box. Okay, just like that. Right. So the next piece then, we have two toggle buttons, a label, a text box. But I think we have to do the select start procedure in a similar fashion. There's so much in here. All right, this is only the first 1,000 lines. All right, so we need a label, two toggles, and a list. And that I think is going to control whether or not it fires. Let's delete. Yep, and this one is then forget. Okay. So if we took the label, the two toggles, and the text, and put them down below the list, like this, we replaced is get with is select. Okay, so label select records row 10 is select to be created, yes, is select to be created, yes, Yes, checked. All steps to be performed custom. Okay, so this toggle should match to that one there. This toggle should match to that one there. And then get text box is select stored procedure to be created with row number 11. Very good. Visibility then is select, go to definition. I didn't have a visibility option down here. I should have one. So we'll change this to select. So is select is going to be 1, return visibility visible, otherwise return collapsed. So that means when this changes, update that. Okay. Like so. All right. And then I know that stored procedure select. Yeah. Copy. Yeah. I want to say it's up here when we say all. Say go to definition there. Mark all steps to be performed. Go to definition there. All right. So it's is select to be created. So when we did the is list to be created, we had this down here, which went off of list. And we're going to do the same thing for is select, which we have. So table subject select, select, select. Yeah. All right. So we already have that one. So these are the table fields. Yeah. And then interface creation, is that holding the names of these? It is. Testing table select, add, update, delete, select, and get. Okay. So we have that part there. Excellent. So we want to make sure that we try and run it. Nope, not building. Okay, what do we got? To be created, go to definition. All right, so now, right now. All right, so we have new table selection. This one, go with table 4. Table information, steps to complete, say all, then custom. It leaves them all selected. Now we can say no to a few of them, have it shrink, but looks like we are a couple of columns off. All right, so go here, 11, row 10. List box says row 11, so this needs to be row 12. And then this needs to be row 13. And I don't even know that we have that many rows in here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, that looks much better already. Turn off the list one, and then we have select testing table select. Okay, so when we go to our list data table, list filters, we have our filters. We have a decimal filter, which we can then say number filter value range. Yeah. Text search, which is good. And we can hit make. Yeah, we know that. We know that. These two worked. The other two didn't. So if we took this part here and put like that, and then this is soft delete, is delete record stored procedure to be created. Okay. Get is get record to be created, like so. Okay. And then this is supposed to be list. Okay. And this is select then. All right. So we have those. Continue. Creating the list record was not successful. I'm aware of that. This is now in select. So we can grab that, go over to SQL Server, hit a new field. Okay, get rid of the surrounding brackets, and we then have the basics. Select all where primary key is greater than 0. Does it work? We can refresh, modify. All right, no, not modify. We wanted execute. Primary key ID is not the right inbound for starters. Select all from t-testing table where primary key ID is greater than 0. So it printed it, but it didn't run it. Oh, because it's expecting a primary key ID. All right, execute. No, sorry. Alter. Execute. Execute. Okay, and it gave us our 4 records. This is where it gets trickier. We need a couple of things. We need to know how many records we want to return, how many records are we offsetting, and then we need to start strapping in filters and filter types and filter whatevers. So, yeah. Okay, VPN. Getting somewhere though. And I'm getting somewhere. Okay, so let's start with the basics on what we screwed up. Parameter definition for select doesn't have that. So stop that. Okay, let's find this parameter definition select. Go to the next one. and it's doing primary key field. No, that's the wrong one. This has to loop through all of the fields. That could be a filter. Let's start with the basic ones. So when we're creating the procedure and we're currently sending in the primary key, are we in the right one? This is create select. Yes? Yes. Okay. So we're not doing this one. We would do a couple other like it though, but just not this one. So um, so let's trying to think what one of the first ones would be. Essentially, it would be like data set number. So we would do data set number, integer, return records, integer, um, equals null, offset by equals 0, right? So yeah, that's offset by. So return records and an offset by. So why my VPN's not functioning? Again, go figure. Okay. So I can't connect to see my example. Um, let's work with that one then. So well we'll need a couple of things for this. It's not going to be primary key. It's going to be data set number. Okay. And then we would have return records integer, which is nullable. All right. And offset by integer equals 0. Right. So when we're building our select statement, those are integers. They couldn't have injection on them anyway because they're integer values. So so it'd be offset and fetch. So we need an offset fetch example. So then this becomes offset set by blank rows, fetch so, yeah, we would need the order by as a thing too. Okay, so a number of rows. So essentially, fetch return records if it's not null. Who's calling me from Massachusetts? Don't know, don't care. All right, so fetch only matters if it's greater than 0. So if return records not equal is not null, select SQL equals cat SQL select fetch return records only. All right, so if return records is not null, then fetch that many records only. That's the offset, but the order by has to come first, I think. All right. So we have data set, return, we have offset, and then we're going to need the order by, which is not going to be user specified. It's going to be order by integer equals 0. Okay. And over here, we'll do the same thing, and we will then do order by integer equals 0. And then we would need a SQL order by, declare SQL order by as nvar car max. Okay. Declare check values. All right. Set variable values. Yeah. So if SQL order by equals 0, set so if order by equals 0, SQL order by equals order by primary key ID. Else okay, so that's the order by SQL here. So I mean, that's a normal string anyway, so we don't need to treat that as another variable. And we also don't need to treat the offset by as another variable either. Right. So we do have this select statement, and we would have to make the where clause separate as well. So we have the summary and the select both use the same where, and then select would use the order by because we're breaking it down into its pieces. Okay, so we have SQL where, which is going to be another piece. have SQL summary, SQL select, SQL where, parameter definition, select, parameter definition, summary, and then we would have SQL order by. Yeah. And count matching records is one of the variables from the output. All right, what do we got? What else do we got? Dataset number return records offset order by is this. Okay, so we have dataset return records offset order by and return message, which is fine. And then this is where we're going to end up with a loop of all the fields that are filters. So we have to find our for each, yep, which is here. Which is this one. So for each field in fields, where is filter on list page, then variable name for stored procedures. Right. So some filters will have more than one, and what some filters will only have, well, which types only have one? Lists, well, texts technically would have one, but we could make it two just to make it super simple. And so in that case, we would do variable name for stored procedures. And then we would just do append underscore filter type. Filter value. Filter value 1 and filter value 2. Okay, so every type of filter ends up with 2 values, and then we would just skip it for foreign key selections. I mean, we can probably have better options, more clarity, if we do certain filter types. So filter types, for example, date range 1 has 2, currency value has 2, foreign key selection has 1, multi-list selection, that's a list box, that's based on the filter type, that could be the second value. Number value, there's 2, text search, well, I mean, that could be a multi-select as well. And then yes, no filter, that's most definitely 1. So essentially type 3, so our filter types to filter terms would indicate is second filter values shown. So filter values come from here. Okay. Selection would then be treated differently, but it'd still be only one input on the filter term. So text filter types essentially only have one. Yeah, text search has one to start. Yes, no filter has one. Um, so filter type. I wonder if the filter type we can put a column in, because that way I don't have to have the logic in the code. It can be here. So filter types, we can add a column of is second filter value present. Okay. So present, and copy that. We could go to our table for filter types. SQLite setup. Yeah. Let's find T filter type. Create table of exists filter type name, text, unique, not null. We can go over here and then we can grab is second value present. All right, so we have that value. Where else can we use this? Do we have a populate? Populate SQLite table filter type. All right, so date or date range, 1. Currency value or range, 1. Foreign key selection box, no. Multi-select box, no. Number value or number range, yes. Text search, no. Yes, no filter, also no. So in that case, it's like half and half. All right, but that means we have to fill in that same data here. And we would say date, yes. Currency, yes. Foreign key, no. Multi-select, no. Number value, yes. Text search, no. And yes, no. Filter, also no. Commit change, no. Commit changes. Delete that record. Fuck. 1, 1, 0, 0. Number values. Yes. No. No. All right. Commit. Refresh. All right. So we have that one. and this record is deleted. Commit. Okay, so we have the 7 filter types, and like half of them have 2 values. So we have that part, which is good. So if we have that field for filter type where is second, right? That means it needs to be inside of the filter type model here. Private, integer, public. Okay, and then it's a Boolean, so um, yeah, I think that's fine. So filter type actions, then when we try and get them, use the static collections, SQLite commands, create SQLite table. Yep, that calls the setup. This one populates it, that calls the setup. Methods, when we add a new one, we would simply take this field value here, like that. Okay. And then second filter value present. All right, so that changes the add routine. Then we have a get routine, which is basically the same thing. Is second filter value present? Yeah. Trick with this one is, yeah, that should be fine. And then list filter types. Second filter value present. Yeah. That one's not that part of it. Oh, that's this part. So we take this, is second filter value present, and that's that part. Yep. So we have the list now, and then we would have a select count of matching records from select this. Order by same problem from above. Okay. We are. Then update filter type. Right, we have that part. And then we would have to add value. Good. All right, then this one would be go to detail, which is navigation. So navigation, I don't need to do any corrections on. And then the SQLite stuff, it seems to be there again. So we'll build it, see what we have. Yep, it built successfully. Excellent. So let's close all that. And when we go to our interface creation stored procedures, when we're trying to insert the variables into select, not to, whoops, close that, minimize this, select here. We're trying to do this one. This is filter 1, filter 2. Well, they all have filter 1. So we have this, and then we can say as if field dot list page filter type dot is second filter value present 1, then we can insert a second value. Or in this case, third, because the first one is the filter type as an integer. And then we have filter value 2, which the filter values would depend on the SQL type of the field. So we can put an extra space in these, and then we can follow them up with data type for SQL Server. Oh, no. Filter type is an integer. Filter type's an integer. That one's an easy one. It's the other ones. Right, this has to minimize. All right, then we have filter value 1 dot append field dot data type for SQL Server append line. Yep, and essentially that's the same thing that we have here. So filter value 2 is going to be that, yes. Second value, list page filter type may be null. No, it's not allowed to be null here because we're going to go look at the error handling section, and we're going to say list filter page if, yeah, it's not going to be null. So that's fine. Yeah, so let's see if it did that part right. And then we can move down the routine. So we have interface creation. Why are we stuck? Something errored. Is second filter value present? Oh shit, it's calling itself. So return lowercase I up. Yeah, there we go. Save. Try now. Okay, much better. Now we can go to where there. Then we can go to the table like this. We have our table information. We have steps to complete, which is all, which we have that. So we can actually take it off of all, and we can turn off a handful of these things. And we'll leave this select on. And then we have important fields. We have the list filters, which we have a couple of those. And we have number. Yeah, hopefully that's saved this time. Make magic happen. All right, so we had no warnings this time, which is a good sign. Start a new one, paste it, go to the top. What do we have? All right, we'll take out the curly brace, and then we have create procedure. I'll make it like number 3 or something. Okay, so we have data set number, return record, offset by, order by. The date field, filter type, filter value, field type, filter value, filter value. Okay, so I need the other one, the SQL data type with length for that part. And we can correct some of the tabbing too, because some of this is just tabbed in too far. So it's like we probably don't even need it to be in 1 at all. So data set number can be in 1. Turn records can be in 1. Offset by, order by. Okay, so we have those. And then that's data type, SQL, data type, SQL Server with length. Yep, there's that one. With length. Yeah, because I was missing that for decimals and varchars and whatever. All right. And then at the end, we then have return message with a tab. All right, so that should put all of these there, except for that one. And then decimal, we would do something like 5.2, varchar, 200, 200, whatever it happens to be. Okay, so that's a good start. I don't think we got much further than that, but all right, close all those. Now go back here. It's gonna error, which we fully, yep, that we know. All right, just connect the model, and now we can hit the button again, and we're gonna see if it got the new code. If not, I just have to refresh, which I think I have to do. Ooh, filter value 2. All right, so decimal apparently is not getting the length correctly. Okay, that's a problem. But, and then filter value 2 is getting extra tabs. Yep, that's this one. So SQL data type for SQL with length. Definition. Okay. Data type plus length for stored procedure. Go to definition. Length for stored procedure. If it's -1, yield max. If max length is null, else return null. But precision, if numeric precision is greater than 0 and numeric scale is great, is not null. Actually, yeah, do is not null. return. So when we look at SQL Server, this one, columns, specifically a decimal field, precision comes first, so it's colon, yeah, precision, then scale, okay? Plus numeric precision, plus, comma, plus numeric scale, plus close parentheses. So essentially, if precision does not equal null and scale does not equal null, then yield precision and scale. Save. Continue. Continue. Give me an error. It's also fine. We're gonna hit make magic. And all right, so now we have decimals 5-2. So I don't think this is going to create because it's also just screwed up, but oh, well, shit, it creates. These all can be null. So filter type can be null and filter values can be null. That is something we will have to change because nulls are allowed on all of those. So data set, yeah, data set equals null, essentially. That's null, these are nulls. Integer equals null. Filter value, full length, yep, data type length. Append equals null. Okay. So those can be nulls. And then the return message varchar is an output, which is fine. And then we have summary, selection, where, and order by, followed by the parameter definition for selection and summary, and then the number of matching records. Okay. Okay. I'll have my session on my VPN on. Yep. Good. Excellent. Connect. Perfect. I'll be right back. Okay. So we're getting somewhere. We can select our filter types. We can fill in the inbounds for the parameter automatically, which is good. Then we just need to fill in some of the other things, like the where clause is what we're trying to do next. So SQL where, and because some of this can be user provided, we have to be very careful around SQL injection. That's why we're handling it in parametered fashion like this. So if we go to my sample, so our parameter definitions, we have yeah. So if I have to find other, I think the other options on the other server, I just need my example that I've written before, and then I can probably make this work the same way. Okay. Look at this the one. Let's see if we got what we're looking for. Types, values, types, values. Yep, that works. And then a definition for summary, essentially. Okay, yeah. Each one of those then is filter type is not null, and then it has to loop through um, each one of those options. Okay. Yeah, we have summary, and then we have a select, and the select statement can return blank data set essentially if it Yeah, I think that that could work. So each field, instead of having two variables going into it, is this still parameterized though? Yeah, it is, because that string contains wildcards. Okay, yeah, it makes sense.